Yo, yo, wow, 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 wow. Hello. Welcome again. Welcome again. Welcome, guys. Eyes there, I jump. Hello, 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 hello. You know what time it is again? Time for another reading. I need to close this darn thing. It's in the way. It's taking up space. Right. Hello. Sandman here. Sleepy as heck. Heck is a sleepy. Heck is a sleepy. Heck as a sleepy. Let me close my Notion also. A lot of sorting out, and dialing in, a lot of sleepy. My back hurts. I made a big dinner. We had taco salad. Not really taco salad, it's more like I made ground chicken with taco seasoning. Back once again. Yeah! We're going into what's for dinner? Taco salad. I made ground chicken, we had some jalapenos and lettuce and tomato and rice and tortilla chips. Crispy. Yay. White people taco salad, sorry. No beauty or sadness. Just the taco expression, you know? Taco Bell in a bowl. Yeah? And Taco Bell in a bowl? Yeah. It was yummy. Though, I can't eat raw jalapenos anymore. It's kind of sad. I wish I could eat jalapenos. I sliced myself like really thin slices of jalapenos. They were about like maybe 3 millimeters thick. And they were making me not hungry. It was like, too spicy. Not hungry no more. I don't want no more. And I just kept putting them in my partner's. I don't want it anymore. Too spicy. I cannot do spicy food like that no more. You kick my butt. It was yummy though. I was like, uh-oh. It's too spicy. Oh, a hi, Slashy. You're welcome. How is the egg grind going? I am not ready for... I have not practiced anything, so I'm definitely not ready for any, not ready for a dang moment of, big run. Spicy! Uh-oh, too spicy. But yeah. Update on the baby. The baby is, eggs went A-okay, yeah. Eggs. Hard at work. Hard at work there. A+ egger. Egg-tastic. Hope everything has gone well on your side. Yeah, we're chilling. He did really good. My pupper did really good at the vet today. They said he did a good job, and that we hopefully get his test results so that he can see if he doesn't have the sickness, and he can have his surgery. So he's chilling. He's hyperactive. He's like, immediately after we left the office, he was like, he started pulling my partner across the parking lot. No problem. Guy is so strong. Hey, Scootler. What's up? And he's just like, he's dragging us across the parking lot. He did not care, this guy. So strong. He's like, get me out of here. Did not care. Even now, still punk. Little punk bungus. He's chilling, but best to get everything done while he's strong and he heals real good, so that he doesn't, you know, he heals fast, and that he'll be a happy boy, a happy baby boy. Yeah. let's get into the game. Welcome everyone. We're back at it again with Paranormasight. Palms, yeah, I'm gonna have it open. They're open for stuff. I mean, I can ping it again. I think it's still exclamation point Kratos if anyone is interested in any of that. I'm gonna have them open. It's just like for assistance. We're like capable, what do you call it? But, you know, any little bit helps kind of thing, because it is definitely like hefty, you know? So there's stuff there. Any comms or any donos. Anything helps, really. I know the coffee thing kind of rotates on command or whatever, but I don't know if the darn freaking sail thing works. I don't know. Let me know the VGen works. My partner said it doesn't work, but I don't flippin' know. I don't flippin' know, guys. Heck. I don't flippin' know. The commissions I take are usually like, and I send you a design and concept to your email. If you vibe with it, I'll go through the VGen. VGen worked yesterday when I clicked it. I mean, you can just contact me, like, through Discord and stuff, and then, like, or through VGen and stuff. But I guess preferably everything would be receipted there. So, whatever works for you, but comms can definitely be through Discord and stuff. I'm down with communicating, like, I'm not too, like, nitpicky, stuff like that. So, yeah, I have a couple things on the grill, but they're not, like, in a need for a rush, because I'm still waiting for, hold on, I'm still waiting for, what do you call it, information I need to continue some other projects, but if you go through the VGen process, it'll probably be easier. And yeah. So if anyone's interested, I am open. I am open. And plus I'm constantly always changing and improving, so just a note on that. But maybe hopefully I'll get into opening up like VTuber stuff, VTuber pieces, VTuber models, PNG tuber models. I can do a bunch of things. It's pretty cool. Just right now, I don't know. My plate is so confusing, but I'm gonna work it out, and I'm gonna try and make it make sense. Okay, game scene. But feel free to contact me through the VGen. I do also have like an email. I think is it linked in the bottom? But it's probably easiest to get it through VGen, because organization's purposes, and like less overwhelming in a way. But thanks if you are really interested. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's open up the game. Okay, sweet, awesome. Alright, any recaps to what we're doing? We are on Arnav. We pretty much finished everyone's route except for the last one, because I guess I'm just going through it in order. And so we are at Discover the Mermaids of Isepe. As for a recap, the last thing we did was we were playing Soto and shoot, I can't remember her name. Yumeko. Hi, Bluebird. We're playing Soto and Yumeko, and we were stopped by Cersei and Arnav. And apparently, I guess we saw Yuza's mom is still alive, and this is also not Yuza's mom, so weird. Interesting. Weird. And interesting. But Yuza's mom's alive, apparently. After much hustle and bustle, we've finally managed to make our way to Issei Bay. Nice. Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture, Kawage Town. Which means, this is the city of Issei. Shoot, how do I do that accent? How do I do her accent? The connections to the eternal world. How amazing. How amazing. My god, ew. Indeed it is. Come, Circe, henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Issei Bay. How amazing. I just can't stop saying it. Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. Are you looking at us? Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? Oh, he is looking at us! Oh, well, I simply sought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? Sure. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale. Sure. I've got you covered. I've got you covered. Hi, Circe. While this area, called Nakabeppo, long ago, it was a region of Issei province known as Betsuho. Let me turn this down a little bit. It's always really loud. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids. They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before? Oh, could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi? Indubitably, yes. This must be the place I'm getting goosebumps. Right. I feel the same way. This is so exciting. Betsuho. Betsuho is the old name for the area known as Nakabeppo, Kawage Town, and the Age District. So named during the event of the story, it has since been merged with Tsu City of Mie Prefecture. Said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, the area has deep connections to the Issei Heike. It is also said to be the location where the 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Sound good. The endless expanse of this Issei Sea, the eternal world may lie beyond this horizon. After all, Issei Province is the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world. The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? It could be that mermaids hail from such a place. Any cool stickers in the sand? Oh no. Oh no, Avi has stiff neck. Avi has stiff neck. We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. But It occurs to me that I'll never actually explain the peculiars of my Issei Bay mermaid excursion to this girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence, really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Notable works include The Fiend of Ringgit and The Solar Crow, Hermon's Travels, and Bon Appetit Phantom Gourmand series. Although a grown man, he is still a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passions for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations, and he remains impressively unbothered even though those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his casual carefree attitude. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He is currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. His great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunarlight family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family's estate. After discovering this enough through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunarlight family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. I see, so he is a Lunarlight. But then, would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? I'd thought them more cunning than that, but perhaps these mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple creatures. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunarlight family. The Lunarlights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Circe has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprenticed exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because her interest in the area, Circe has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Issei Bay. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales, and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Quick to involve herself in anything. She is quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity had been completely satiated. Though she can be fairly blunt, she shows a naivety appropriate to her age, around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Circe is the third daughter of Sierra Lunarlight, the current head of the matrilineal words, head of the matrilineal Lunarlight family, a long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her two older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child, and is currently training as an apprentice. As the beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts, and curses that does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the method of terminology differing. Primary spiritual abilities. Guardian spirits. The ability to call upon numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family and invoke their power to exorcise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami. The ability to turn a piece of paper with the individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Circe who cast the spell on paper. Dowsing. The ability to use a pendulum to search for the target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Although she is supposed to be in the care of Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute during her time in Japan, Circe has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her, but otherwise not interfere as such. She's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Circe is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu, a girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry of Japan. Ah, Mio. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. Aww, she's a fan! That's so cute! I'm your #1 fan. Okay. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone would be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me. Okay, man.
Kawage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture, modern capital Tsu City. But there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of Heikei, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Ise province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heikei.
I do have a passing understanding of the topic of Heikei. The Heikei took a part in the Genpei War, correct?
That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families in the Minamoto and the Taira locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heikei, Taira and Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heikei's high social standing. So
Tadamori and Kiyomori's father, right? So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight?
That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them.
I suppose you're right, but about that, then memorize them I shall.
Apparently, Tadamori was born in Tsu City in a place called Ubushina.
Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heikei. a city located in the center of Ise Plain and the capital of Mie Prefecture, Tsu City. Previously known as Anotsu, Tsu City has served as a port town since Heian period, after which it continues to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Tsu City is also known as the birthplace of Heikei. The Ubushina area in its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born. But, let me read that.
This is the metropolitan center of Mie and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey.
Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the 3 that were caught in the fishing nets?
At the time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori.
Oh, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted eternal life.
Actually, Tadamori inevitably said that they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them.
Gah! What a waste!
However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
So, what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well now, tasty is it?
And that's all I've got.
That's it?
That's all I could find in existing records.
Then the act of eating mermaid flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids, and Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heikei clan snuck off with them.
No, that's a hypothesis I can get behind. Hi, Mike.
I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heikei, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested.
You have my heartfelt gratitude. How you, Mike? Taira no Tadamori. It's the yap session of the century. We yappin'. Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Ise Taira clan and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Doing well? How's work? How's eeping? Did you eep? You never sleep. I don't know when you sleep. Entering the imperial court meant granting access to Tenjo Noma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed the official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered a low status, a samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Ise Taira clan went to extend its influence across various provinces with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China, solidifying its foundation. This significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori. I am the Tokyo Ghoul. I don't know the lyrics. Tadamori was said to have been a man. You can't be the Tokyo Ghoul, you have to be the Tokyo Mermaid right now. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance. Yet, despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest, disinclined to indulge in luxuries. I sent you a message on VLAN. Sorry for the length of the message, but that's all say about it and for the rest of the night. Heck yeah! I mean, I'll check it out after stream, and I'll hit you up. Thank you for considering me. I appreciate you. I am the Tokyo Mermaid today then. Yeah, Tokyo Mermaid. Now we eat Mike, and then we'll gain immortality. As it said, if we eat the mermaid, we become immortal. Now we eat the mermaid, guys. We eat the mermaid. Yes! Immortality is now ours. I don't taste good. Mike looking like a real snack. I promise. For real. That immortality looking real sweet. Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan, originally named Kogarashi, is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting at the moment. Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath and reflect the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from the scabbard on its own to save its owner. Oh, that's what it is. You're tasty. Tasty mermaid. The guy said that the people who cooked the mermaid, they said that the mermaid tastes good. So I don't know, Mike. I don't know. Might be a little overs for you. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. The Mermaid of Betsuho. One time, when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Ise province, 3 creatures with heads of humans and the lips of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets, dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids. The fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said the remaining mermaids was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. Delicious, you see? It's in the facts. Delicious. We cook Mike. Mike will be cooked and served to the chat as a delicious hors d'oeuvre.
Oh, there is one thing I should warn you about, though.
Oh?
This group sometimes gets referred to as Ise Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing.
There, Mike. It's okay. We won't eat you. I promise. That's a Scootler promise. I'm not sure if I won't eat you. Snacks. By the way, this cloth smells like chloroform. Like, shh. As you wipe their tears away with your handkerchief. I don't know what that smells like. Clocks out.
I'll go ahead and label it as Heike.
Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing?
Not really. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan to include Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply as Heike.
Gets knocked out. Night, Mike. Bonk. Sweet, sweet, tasty prince. How would you prepare Mike as a fish? What dish are we doing? What dish are we making with this delicious, delicious fish?
Her family features prominently in stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heike most of the time. Plus, it is a nice ring to it.
Sushi? Ooh. Just having Mike. A cheesecake cake burger, fried in panko crumbs. Ooh. Having fried Mike. Oh no! A freaking fly. Nasty. Get out of here! Why is there a fly in here? Rawr! Probably flew in through the darn window. There's enough Mike to go around, so we could probably do all of the above. Mermaids sound like big. Mermaids are pretty big. Everyone's invited to the Mike barbecue. Do I get to eat myself? I mean, I guess technically it would make you immortal, so you would be the immortal fish, right? Cook my lower half first. Either way works for me, so do as you like.
The tail of the Heike also used Heike.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness. Fastidiousness. The big words. We'll start at the bottom, work our way. My cheek mate! Now I want grilled fish. If I eat myself, I become immortal. That Tokyo Mermaid. Infinite food glitch. That'd be crazy. If the mermaid ate themselves, do the rules still apply?
Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan no Ura and be completely eradicated.
Ah, I believe I know this one. Dan no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo! A clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there.
It pains me to think of such resplendent, glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity. Ouroboros, Mike. Oh, Ouroboros. So now you're a sea serpent. You're not a mermaid anymore. You're a giant serpent. Serpentine.
That's why the Heike's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the lands in attempt to quell that resentment.
Ah, and now we've reached our particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who caused the most trouble.
I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of Heike clan could not even be considered human.
You.
But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves, assailed by these lingering grudges?
Much of Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
That's somewhat troubling to hear.
Well, either way you look at it, This region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike.
Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock, after all.
Let's get to it.
Okay. Oh, same thing. We're on the move. We're at the town. In the morning. Well, it would seem that we've arrived, and where are we now, Cersei?
This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yaobakuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say, I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you to be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
I'll be counting on your explanations. Ano Town. Ano Town is located in the H District, so named during events of this story. It has since been merged with Sud City of Mie Prefecture, located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak. The land surrounded it is rich in natural splendor. Whoa! With multiple hot springs well forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of tsumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Ooh.
Ah, the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming.
Oh, yes. The incessant chirping of locusts combined with the unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right.
It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement.
I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Any cool stickers? Oh, do I have stiff neck? Oh, sticker. Boink. Hello. Look at the shrine. What's that down there? Some sort of shrine?
This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave.
If Yao Bikuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. I can't begin to imagine what it would be like to live for hundreds of years. I like this nice acoustic. Whoa. Hi, Izuku. How you, Izuku? What you been up to? What's today's agenda? Good morning.
The legend, oh my goodness. The legend of the Yalbikuni originated in Kurosawa Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village.
I slept again. I'm now taking coffee. Sippy, sippy, sippy. Yeah, yeah. Good morning. Dreams. Okay.
She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to the village and lived out the rest of her long life.
Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yao Bhikkhuni, a fully ordained Buddhist nun who acquired pre preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all shared the same fundamental element: a girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Yao Bikuni legend passed down in Mia Picture is as follows. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. One day, when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such strange creature, refused to eat it, but Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she eventually was forced to leave the village, becoming a nun. Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. I see.
The legend of Yao Bikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture, Ano Town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country. Or at least, that's what a certain research has indicated.
Does that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yao Bikunis out there?
Obviously, not all of the legends can be true, but I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in a normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly.
Oh, it would explain. That was Avi, I believe.
Exactly. And that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking through the land as a form of ascetic training.
And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right?
Oh ho! Oh, my dear. I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual.
Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people, but it's more convincing that the theory that there were 121 people. I also think Yao Bikuni of Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend.
I wonder. Don't all of the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But would so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die around the same time? It seems pretty unlikely.
Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat.
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun.
Hi, Clay. How are you? How are you? How's your day?
There were likely some places that simply believed Yalbikuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said Amma, be a nun of that, and became an Amma diver. But this guy stinks, bro. What? 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 Panic! 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 I'm here for a break. It's nasty. Well, enjoy your break. Enjoy your break while I yap along for the next 3 hours. Enjoy your little break. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had good dinner, good lunch, good breakfast. And hope you have a good cooling session.
That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings.
I made more curry. Ooh, I love curry. Curry's so good. Now wait just a minute. I won't understand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then.
I made spiral cut cucumbers. Oh, that sounds so yummy. That sounds so fresh. That sounds so fresh and yummy. Very delicious. Delicious, delicious, delicious food. I had taco salad. Or more like ground chicken with taco seasoning and lettuce, tomato, onions, corned beans, and some yogurt. And some tortilla. It's taco if you say it's taco. It's the taco seasoning stuff. I had Mike. Oh, true. We also had some Mike and gained the presence of immortality. If you would like some, you can go ahead and have a slice at Mike. Fish tacos. Fish tacos sounds so good too. Sounds tempting. Immortality. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today.
True, and if so, I'd love to sit down with them for a long chat.
I'll be right back. Can Kusawa legend of Yaobikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the fairy tale, surely.
Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province. After all, she may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they did get mixed together somehow.
Ah, you think the legends may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations.
Exactly, but then again... The immortal in the story from the location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain
verisimilitude. This game likes to put big words that I'm learning, but I have no clue what they mean. So I just kind of like try to pronounce and try to understand. Versimilitude. Verisimilitude. I take words I don't know for 500. Verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. I'm just trying to say it as a whole. Verisimilitude. 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 That's a lot of Litude. Got my streak. I'll be 15. If that line is not like, huh? I don't know what I'm gonna do. Gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. Indeed it does, like he understood. He just accepted it. He just went, I still know what that word is.
I guess we can assume that girl with the name really did live here long ago. Then something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed with various legends of Yalbikuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that doesn't present interesting possibility. That does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
That's right. You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action. Oh, right, I forgot. He's a writer, so of course he would know verisimilitude. Similitude.
Yes, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yalbikuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. But then, did we come all
this way for nothing? Verisimilitude. Appearance of being true or real. It was bothering. Okay, thank you. It definitely sounds like similarity, but it's appearance of being true or real. So the truth of it. Its truth or the truth of. Good morning, everyone. Are you fine? Thank you. Good morning. I'm fine. Thank you. What's up, Forgotten One? How you? How you?
Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse, compiled sometime during the Heian period.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard the tales of Genji, the tales of Heike. Is it anything like those? Sorry I'm late. I had not watched your streaming lately. No worries. You do what you gotta do. Life be lifin'. I stream because I try and find the time when I can. So I just want to share me playing games because I don't play a lot of games. So me going through the games is just kind of like a... It's kind of like a catalog for me to rewatch my experience and kind of just enjoy and see where I go with things. So if you gotta do your thing, 100% do your thing. I appreciate you passing by. If you got stuff to gotta do, don't worry about it. We just chillin'. The VODs will always be there if you ever want to experience and be part of the thing, you know?
Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though.
Harumph. Well, they sound similar enough anyway.
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on the number of waka poems by giving account of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no?
The Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories, check.
Ah, one more thing. The title might be The Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us?
Some believe the title comes from the fact that passage 69 is set in Issei province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up, because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. You mean read through them right now? We read through them right now. A collection of verses, Uta Monogatari. Though, to be the oldest surviving work in Japan, it is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man believed to have been compiled in the Heian period. It greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works such as the Tale of Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be fictionalized version of Ariwara no Nihara, a poet of the Heian period, with prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. Here's the photo we saw. Narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Episode 1, Ukiburi. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeves of his robe, inscribes a waka poem on them, and sends it to them. Ew. Ew. Episode 6, Akutagawa. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noblewoman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Thank. Episode 9, Azuma Udari. Feeling despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem in Sugura province. In Sugura province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites the poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shore of the Sumida River, calls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Episode 23. Tsu tsu I zu tsu. Tsu tsu I zu tsu. Close friends from childhood, a man, a woman, exchange poems and are wed, but when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other love, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in the gardens and watches his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can, but when she then sits and recites poems of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. That guy stinks. He stinks. He's going to go cheat on his wife, but when his wife is like, my wife is gonna cheat on me, he stays back to see if his wife cheats on him, only to find out she's not cheating on him. This guy stinks. That guy freaking stinks. I'm gonna go on a business trip to go cheat on my wife. Hold on a second. My wife, for some reason, is not unbothered by me going out to cheat on her. I'm gonna stay behind to see if my wife cheats on me. Oh no, my wife is not cheating on me. I guess I won't cheat on her. Freaking disgusting. Hi, Anthony. Terrible freaking guy. Having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by imperial princess serving as priestesses at Ise shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems for farewell before the man sets out and continues his journey. The mind games are insane. Because he literally was gonna go cheat on her and meet his lover, and she was just like, okay. And turns out she dressed herself up just to, like, basically write poems and think about her husband. And he's like, oh, shoot. Freaking idiot. Hikoboshi, episode 95. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way. They are separated. That separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. That one's cute. Oh, hell yeah. Congrats, Izuku! More emotes! More subbies! You probably got rated out to there.
There is one thing we can learn from the 8 Tales of Issei. Adding the Tales of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep that in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period.
Ah, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Excuse me, my nose is a little itchy today. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth.
Sure.
Thinking emoji? Yeah, it's the same thing. Should we say bye-bye to the shrine? Okay, let's get going. So many emotes. Why is there that one emote of the character just biting a hand? That's a pretty good one. Ugh, these jams. 1 second. I gotta fix my jams. There's a hole in the knee, and my leg is breaking through the knee. 1 second. Enjoy the song. It's really good. Let me have a sip of my tea. Freaking creatures. Yummy. So nice. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What might this place be, my dear?
This is Futami Gaura. The coastline that lies beside Futami town. It's just over from Ise City.
Ah, then we've finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I infer that Ise City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh?
Well, I understand how you could arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
God damn it, One Piece! One Piece! Why One Piece? Ah, is that so? You will never break me down, oh no.
But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Very interesting, but the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. Any cool stickers? No stickers. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legend. Thanks for the pets. Thanks for the pets. Futamiguara's
Sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Ise Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity.
It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite a striking image.
To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360 view of Ise Bay.
It makes you want to get out on the very edge to take it all in.
It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view.
It's the flippin' ocean, guys. It's the flippin' ocean. All I see is flippin' ocean, guys. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered as a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace. Oh, weird. the same sentence. Is it just the same thing? Okay, it is. Weird. Okay, this is also the same thing. Conversation. So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kangenki was written by people at Horyu Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, eh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describe a sighting here in Futami, Ise province on April 3rd during the second year of the Enbun era, which could be 1357.
So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous.
The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in the Ise province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity.
So, what exactly does that mean?
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami, and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life, because it granted longevity.
Aha! It granted longevity, did it? Finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
Yes, it's another account relating mermaids to Yao Bikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time.
Indeed, and now we have a name. So, what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it?
No clue.
Again with the vague records. These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and just let it wander off?
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in another place also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Ah, let me see if I follow your meaning. The name Mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they are trying to capture any.
Mermaids that people didn't want to capture. Then they were seeking its flesh? Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat.
Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaids as divine creatures.
So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there.
This makes me think of the theory you mentioned about how there might be 2 different kinds of mermaids.
Oh, you remembered? I stand by my theory.
There's the fish mermaid.
Oh, there's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph.
Indeed. That's the simplest way to describe it, anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question has a name formed relationships with humans and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was one of the human mermaid variety.
You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more fish mermaids.
It seems more likely then that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
Interesting. That in turn would suggest, my word, would this mean that one could have become immortal without eating their flesh?
not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it.
Mermaids. Oh. Huh? Is he use medicine? I got a 10. Just in case. Okay.
If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one.
Agreed. Ah, speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
What? But your conversation was just getting good.
Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorn the entrance to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, right. Those are Simon Shorai talismans.
Oh, Somin Shorai.
Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around New Year, but here in Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long.
Interesting.
I can add more detailed information to the files for you later.
Or now, Somin Shorai. A type of talisman inscribed with the character Somin Shorai Shishon. Somin Shorai Shizon. Meaning descent of Somin Shorai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects but as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, or larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds, or a shimenawa. Sacred ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the door of households as well as prayers for sound health and ward off illness. Many households in Iseshima place It's plugged in? Okay, my gosh. Somin Shorai talismans at the entrance of their homes, actually in the form of paper slips or shimenawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimenawa up during the New Year's, in Iseshima they are kept up all year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. Hi, Furu! The words Somin Shorai originated from the name of the central figure in the legend of same name, although many versions of tales exist throughout Japan as tales generally told in Iseshima as follows. Thanks for checking in. What's up? Night-night, Scootler. I'll talk to you next time. Have a good one. Sleep tight. Thanks for collecting your first pocket sand. Wow. You got a singular grain in your pocket. Wow. We are currently playing these game. You have a nickname you like? Una works. Una na na. Una. Una works. Una. Una una. Boom boom bam bam boom bam boom bam. Oogie. Oogie. Yeah, we're currently playing Paranormasight. It's a lot of reading, which I like. It puts all the information in my brain. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gonzu Tenno set out to court the princess of Ryugyu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kotan Shorai, turned him away, having despite the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somin Shorai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home, even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded his hospitality by sparing only Somen Shorai from a plague that ravaged the area the next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declared oneself to be a descendant of Somen Shorai for one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illnesses. This tradition has survived to present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. Wow.
Ah.
What is it?
Hmm.
Well, what is it? No, you're making me antsy. What the heck was that? She started staring out of nowhere. The mermaid has taken on quite a different appearance in modern folktale. No, still nothing. Same thing. Come now, Cersei, you realize something about those Somen Shorai, didn't you? You must share.
No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the eternal world.
Is it? What does that mean?
You'd already known this from the files, but regarding the Somen Shorai, its origins go back to a legend about the deity Guzo Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryukyu.
Ryugyu, you say?
That's right. Ryukyu is close to this place. In other words, the place is very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore...
The dream family, the dream team.
Guzo Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our good old friend's tale of Heike.
We got our welcoming committee, Izuku. So it is. What was it again? From the bells of Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? It sounds so cool that even I memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though. Oh, my puppy dog. He's scooting around. Thanks for the pat. I'm kind of stuffy.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Fine, fine. So what you're saying is, Ise-shima is a land with deep ties with both Ryugyu and the Heike. And that is exactly why the Somen Shorai traditions is so well established here.
Ah, that reminds me. There's something about Ryugyu's princess that keeps bothering me as well.
She certainly is mysterious,
That reminds me about Futakami Gouda.
Oh, my gosh, it's nighttime. Hold on. Dust flew into my eye. Ah! Get out of my eye! Get the pocket sand out of my eye! Get out of here! Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun has already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I am not complaining.
You're right. It looks a lot... just look at all those stars.
Ah. Stars speckle the sky as far as the eye can see. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's so dark out.
Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten.
Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold! Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Circe?
Well, I've dabbled in a bit of astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent, do tell. Dear me, I dragged her around all day long, didn't I? Or perhaps I should say I had her drag me around all day long. As her guardian for the time being, I suppose I ought to have had us retire earlier. Though Circe herself seems to have limitless reserves of energy.
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, eh? I presume it's made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, Altair in the constellation Aquila. The trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwest portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Antares of Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say? From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right.
Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it.
Summer Triangle. Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the Summer Triangle, is formed by connecting Vega in the constellation Lyra, Altair, and Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikeboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend, a romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way, has captivated people's imaginations since... Ah, I see. There's the Milky Way in the middle. Since time immemorial. How to find the Summer Triangle. I'm not gonna find it. I'm so bad at star charting. The Summer Triangle is visible in the sky, almost directly overhead around August. Start by facing southwest and looking low in the sky and finding Antares, the bright red star in the constellation, and then look up. Yeah, pretty much said that.
Facing inland, there's a red star low in the sky. That star is Antares. Can you find it?
You asking me? Oh, there it is. Red. This game is interesting. Yeah, there's just like a lot of facts and stuff, but I think I'm pretty deep in maybe mid-game. So, there's like so many people already gone, and so many people like very suspicious, introduced, and expanded upon. These 2, Circe, Arnav, or Avi, and Circe are the last 2 being introduced right now. It's cool listening to you. Oh, thank you. Wait, I do believe I've found it. The star, just there, with the reddish tint, that must be Antares. Yes?
Correct. That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
Aha, I found it all by myself. Why, it made quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for the star in the summer triangle, so please try again.
Egads, that's right.
Why not try looking straight up from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega in the sky zenith. Give it a shot.
So from here... this one? There, that must be it.
Bingo, that's Vega. One of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star, and is famous for the connection to the Tantabata Star Festival.
Then that must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars is in the summer triangle, is in the same area, so see if you can find it.
So this one should be Hikeboshi, because this is the Milky Way. Eureka, I've spotted it.
Ooh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Part of Aquila's constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi, or its role in the Tantabana Star Festival.
Oh ho, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic.
There's still another star in the summer triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of the angle.
Right you are. It's certainly...
Oh, right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. So, it would be this one. If my eyes is as discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one.
Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle.
Deneb
lies within the Milky Way, which earns its nickname Milky Way Star.
Ah, it does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along the starry stream. There, I've located all 3 stars in the summer triangle. How do you like that?
Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
Alright then, tell me. What is another name for the star Hikoboshi?
Altair.
That's right, well done, Professor.
Ooh, I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futamigauda. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Circe?
What? We haven't even visited Issei Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface.
Ah, you've got a point there. But it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
All right.
Oh. The next day. Mount Asama. We're just traveling and learning about places. Oh my goodness, how did we get so high up? Wow, talk about a gorgeous view.
It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other.
So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle. built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate Daimyo, Lord Kuki, who at one time led Kuki naval fleet.
Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of ama divers in Japan.
Aha! I knew there'd be some touristy. What a fascinating blend of culture and history. We learn more. More. I will say, the characters in this game, for some reason, the faces look like it doesn't belong to them, or at least for the blonde character. Profiles. For Cersei? It might just be the style. Because they do very heavy outlines. And then they make the face really light. Like, they like doing very, very dark brushstroke outlines. And then they have very, very soft, like, facial features. And you can see the heavy brushstrokes, and then they make the inner face very soft. I love the art style, though, honestly. Oh, shoot. Toba City that I didn't read? Or Mount Asama? Mount Asama.
Straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City, and is also known by its official name, Asamagatake, part of the Ise-Shima Nation National Park. It was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a listing of famous scene sites gathered from across the country. This sneeze, but it will like pop out my nose. I can't force the sneeze. It's just making my eyes water. Hongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the North Sea, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey of Hongo Shoji. The observation at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and many islands that dot Ise Bay. Number 1 through 5. 3. Threek. Wonk. Took threek. Go right down the middle. Okay. Surroundings. Apparently, Mount Asama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But it is situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula. It offers magnificent view of Toba's Bay coastline and the outlying islands.
You lost. Dang it. I always lose. We stay losing. Does a little shimmy. Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assume we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is this place takes my breath away. Any stickers? Oh, I have stiff neck. Fudge. My neck is stiff. Come on. Come on. You got this. Turn. No. From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by ama divers and fishermen. I can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight. She's been packed and ready for to venture forth since the early hours of the morning. Though I myself beat her to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink all night.
First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates.
Pirates, eh?
Yes. They would pull together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated sea area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle. Hold on, I think my thing is... I don't know, I'm plugged in.
Weird. So that's what the Navy was like back then, A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to their duty in times of need?
Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and was purely a master of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the water of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshikata was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually using the position of the daimyo of Shima province.
The roundness of your emotes are very unique. Yes, I don't know. I just really like them round. So I was like, I like how they're circular. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out how to do some round emotes. I need an orb one because that's like an animated round emote, and I'm trying to figure out other round ideas to make round animated emotes because I think they're funny.
That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command.
Yes, I want an orb. I need to know how to make an orb. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him? I've heard of. He was a demon king in the sixth heaven, no?
True, but that's a title he gave himself.
I'd recommend a snow globe, but I can see that going wrong. Snow globe. A snow globe. How would I do a snow globe as an emote? It's an idea. I can snowball it around. Interesting. Still, a pirate and a daimyo. Daimyo, my gosh, I can never say that right. Daimyo. What an enchanting combination.
It may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives.
Oh?
For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan.
What's up with the One Piece, Izuku? Why are you mad at the One Piece?
He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara.
What are they doing to you? What's happening? Kratos, no! Out!
And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima and that island over there.
Oh my goodness. Do it. He's tripped. This poor guy.
So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule and the clan fell into decline.
I'm free! Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. The One Piece? The One Piece? I've heard both have been chillin'. Blonde jump scare. Yeah, we have a European woman, or child, infant, European baby.
That reminds me. There's another fascinating legend related to the Cookie Clan.
Oh, do tell. Begone, infant.
It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka.
Hi, Pug. One Piece is just peak. I don't know anything else.
One Piece, it's real. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune Miku.
I dare say I know where this is going. Wherever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends.
141 packet sand. So much freaking sand.
But when the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home.
Sand is evil. I'm evil. I'm the Sandman. I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of parable figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsume lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again, such as the curse she left behind before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
Well, what's your take on the story then?
When authority figures try to force their people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed.
Have you ever tried cleaning it up? There's no need for cleaning. Just kidding, you get eye boogers. You should probably wash your face with nice warm water and do your daily skincare, and don't forget to put on sunscreen. Fair enough, I see your point.
Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and the word of it would travel further. If the princess killed herself at the end.
It's like glitter. It gets in a bag. If it ever gets in a bag or something, you gotta destroy the bag. You gotta burn the bag.
This is why you keep them in the bottle.
Spill the glitter in your house and you gotta burn it. Oh shoot. Spill the sand in your house, you gotta burn it down. I promise. Don't have to burn the house down. It'll go away in the morning. It'll go away in the morning, I promise. Oh, if you're right, that would change the story completely.
But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Toshitaka had to be appointed his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but Common belief is that he was about 8 years old.
Get this baby off the throne!
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
Oh, sorry, that was the other guy.
But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old.
Yes.
Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they?
Age differences weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
An agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Well, once you start doubting, it's hard to see the lies everywhere.
True, and the pursuit of unknown starts with belief, doesn't it?
Well said.
A certain occult researcher taught me that once.
You don't say. During the Sengoku period, Shima province was home to a number of local clans, among them which the Kuki clan was just one of many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed when Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga, and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became a feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. I just noticed her name is Circe. That's witch in Greek mythology. Turns people into animals. Yes, Circe. While Yoshitaka was in service of Nobunaga, the head of Kuki clan was his nephew Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was a little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Honnoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. Legend of the Princess Hatsune. Kuki Sumitaka, daughter of Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as part of a political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that the Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of the enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful women would ever be born in the land again. So the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as part of folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumitaka's age at the same time. That'd be so freaking weird. That, like, people think you're ugly because this area is cursed to not have, to be born pretty or something as a woman. I'm ugly because this place is cursed.
Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago.
Is that significant?
It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to the periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800 years, immortals have twice the lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point.
So, there's a chance something happens after 400 years?
Maybe. In case, we should probably tread carefully here.
It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Something's happening every 400 years.
Divers have long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times.
You don't say.
Most notably, it is said that Obin, who once presented as an abalone to Yamamoto Hime no Mikoto, was the very first diver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Obin in Kuzaki, that is considered a sacred place to divers of the Tobashima region.
Is that so? She must have been truly legendary.
Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Myanyoshu that depicted the diver in Shima province. Divers also appear in dozens of ukiyo form from the Edo period. Clearly, they are a popular theme.
It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail.
There is another point worth noting. Divers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the diver culture was so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends.
Ah, yes. There is a theory that the mermaids of Ise Bay were simply divers.
It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend.
Perhaps, but it'd be beyond disappointing if that's all there is to it.
Oh, right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the divers of Tobashima region regarding something called the Tomokazuki.
The Tomokazuki?
It is believed that the divers may encounter a copy of herself underwater who may offer her an abalone. If she accepts the Tomokazuki doppelganger, will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Ugh, Cersei, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere.
That's why the divers of the area wear Seimen and Domen symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition.
Interesting.
On another note, the divers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk into the seafloor right up until the Meiji area.
Well, it sounds as if they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. In fact, after the Heikei were defeated at Dan-no-Ura and were lost beneath the waves...
Oh, we're back to the Heikei already? I wasn't aware there was a connection.
Well, after the fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 divers.
Aha, so their lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh?
And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heikei.
Brr, Cersei, please. You're going to give me nightmares.
At least that's what was depicted in the ukiyo entitled... The ukiyo-e, my gosh, I cannot say it. Ukiyo-e, entitled In the Western Sea, the diving women encountered the Heikei in the depths of the water.
such deep connection. To think the Heike were even once depicted with Amadivers, they truly are a symbol of Ise-Shima region.
Yes, but the settling for the Ukiyo
Uki-yo-e.
is Tanoura, which isn't anywhere near here.
It's really like it's the digital gallery of traditional history, which gives these like really sweet freaking paintings. Very cool.
The Mermaid Mummy.
This thing. Very cool.
Still, it does go to show that Amadivers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Amadivers are always going to be the key players.
True, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates.
Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too.
Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here.
Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we've visited Issei Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we?
Oh, and here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right.
Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. As they look at us. Gives the little boo-boo stare. Did you know I'm a mermaid too? We feast once more. Oh my god. Yeah, every other one is done, so we're just on this end. I'm a fish on the bottom. And a bug on the top. Oh my god! My eyes pop out of my skull. Treasure Hunt Part 1. Summary of the previous events. After collecting information about mermaids and returning to their inn, Avi and Cersei have a meeting to plan their true objective in Treasure Hunt. Let me have some of my freaking tea here. Been real good. Real good. Some iced green tea. Portal. Portal. The Kamemaru? Kameshimaru? Kamemeshimaru? Her outfit? Yeah, she's from a line of exorcists, so she has this cute freaking this exorcist outfit in full. They saw like a full body like in the previous plotline. I think I'm gonna be here. Hmm? Oh! And they had a wizard fight. And she has her little book. And they had their little wizard duel. Where is it? Her little outfit. Here she is. She's got these fun boots. Doing her little funny pose across the way. This goofy little wizard. I do like the layers. Puppy dog. Are you laying down? Oh. We're gonna make a nest. And let me watch him real quick. Make sure he doesn't... Hey! Oh, he's doing it! Started licking. Lay down. This little punkerman. Oh, that little punkerman. I thought he was gonna lay down, and he lied to me. He lied to me! I sank to the bottom because I'm standing. Resituated in my chair. Where's my controller? Okay. Keep her going. The treasure hunt begins. Now then, I believe it is time we discussed our strategy.
Sure. What do you mean by strategy?
It should be obvious. We must reflect on what we've learned if we want to move forward. Any stickers in here? Any friggin... My bag, a faithful travel companion of several decades. Some of the notes I've taken, the information in them is not substantive and likely of no use. No sticker to be seen. This is a poster advertising the island of Kamishima.
I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing too.
Ah, Kame means turtle, doesn't it? Kame. It's a poster of Kamishima.
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
Huh? Why? Is there something wrong with the island or the poster?
The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look?
My hunch
was right. There's a presence here.
No way. Come on, don't scare me like that. Remove it. Ready?
Yes, please proceed.
You sure? Because I'll do it, I really will. There's no telling what may happen.
Quit stalling.
It's the sticker! This whole time it was the darn chicken sticker. Hell yeah.
This is a Murakumote.
This is a small inn located in Toba. It is said it is a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel thanks to the attentive staff. I could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I have not felt this full in a while. So yummy. Oy, oy, oy. Sounds so delicious. Fresh fish. Fresh fish. A porcelain ashtray came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so anyone can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply drop their cigarettes onto the ground. Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with. That's definitely annoying. Business card. Oh.
Oh, is this the business card from the guy we met earlier?
It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. Who? First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why, yes, the gentleman does have some time.
I suppose I can make... that makes me the lady, then. Oh, it's you.
Hello? Who's this? Are you evil? Are you sinister evil man?
You've been following us for quite some time.
Huh? He has? For how long?
Since the Ise Grand Shrine, I believe. Truly, maybe you should try to keep me appraised.
Oh, truly, you should try to keep me appraised of things like this in the future, Cersei. Haha, it appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But, you see, the two of you have piqued my interest. Foreigners in Ise Bay searching for mermaids? Ah, you overheard everything. How embarrassing.
Avi, hollering won't lessen the embarrassment.
But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. Ikoma. Oh! Ikoma? But he missing. I'm the... That's... What is it? The sketch. Do I have that sketch? Wait, do I not have that sketch? There it is! This guy. Testimonies indicate the individual in the sketch resembles a youth of the name by Kipe Ikoma. He missing. This guy missing. Victims believed to be killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. He'd been missing for 6 years, this guy. I'm an event planner in Ise City. My name is Kipe Ikoma. Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see. Sala planning, eh? And it says here you're the CEO. Aha. I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I suppose for the rudeness, I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own.
Did you ever have any?
I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the free-wheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name of Arnav Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please call me Avi. This is Circe. She has studied more Japanese history even than even the average Japanese citizen.
It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list up to 100 Issei's best features at any time.
This is my hyperfixation. If you do not trust that I have this hyperfixation, I will list 100 things about my hyperfixation right now. Please believe me. Aren't you a delight? I was right to make an interest in the two of you. I'll take an interest in the two of you. Event service of co-CEO Kipe Ikoma. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You've been missing. Director of Sala Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kipe is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious. When it comes to fulfilling his goals, he is currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids and as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of a wealthy tycoon, Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipe moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an eye to make his fortune. Oh, that's my XC. I was like, what the hell is that noise? His aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kipe an investment in which he started his own current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kipe is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he is not taken lightly when doing business, he sees it as an advantage. Oh, okay, so Yoshiatsu could be using his daughter so that he can marry this guy, so this guy can become the heir to his whole thing, and his daughter, what's her name? His daughter. That's why he's been getting close with his daughter. Friggin' shoot. Tsukasa. That's why he's been being super nice with his daughter. Eat the fish. See, Mike, now you eat pug, so that way you don't have to eat yourself. So you guys intermingle with longevity, you know? But Tsukasa is probably going to get forcibly engaged by their father to this Kipe, because this guy is probably gonna do that. I'm mingling with Pug? Yeah, you guys are eating each other's flesh to gain immortality. Correct? As you are both mermaids, correct? Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. Oh yeah, yum yum. Pug meat. For mingling. You know, a little bit of mingling. A little bit of dancing. I don't trust this skeezy little skis ball. I suppose that could be arranged. Gust of wind grazed this lovely observation deck. It is pretty windy. I am not sure if I should trust him. Entertaining a weirdo might prove to be a pain. That said, it seems he's also interested in mermaids. Perhaps we could get some information out of him. Cersei? I thought she was totally absorbed in our sightseeing, yet she noticed we were being tailed. Impressive, if I do say so myself. What do you think, Cersei?
Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists.
Haha, quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady? He's called him a scammer. Scammer! Okay, same thing. So while you're standing there, is there a sticker in this area, or do I have freaking stiff neck right now? I do have freaking stiff neck right now. I am slightly attracted to this tired, stupid businessman, but he's probably evil.
Oh, it happens.
I like his eyebrows. But he's probably freaking evil. So this young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure if I'd call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there is something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. I believe these oversized suits, known as soft suits, are currently quite popular in Japan. CEO doesn't require the probably evil. He probably is evil. Perhaps he is trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He clearly is putting a lot of effort into his appearance. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. And this look. I hate him. I don't like him. I hate him. The truth is, I am currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Iseshima region. I hate him. Hate him, I hate him, I hate him. I hate him! I should wear pinstripe. He pisses me off. He pisses me off! I fucking love his eyebrows. I fucking hate him. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as a centerpiece of the campaign. I would. Mermaids, huh? I am sure you are already quite aware of the mermaid legend of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see, so that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Iseshima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another.
True, there is also the famous legend that mermaids' tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean. The ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Wink. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids in the East in Ise then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishina known as Taishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Taishima by some.
That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived in Taishima. Wow, 3 of them? Tell me, Where are they, human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids. Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. I see. Then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period.
Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale.
However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after all. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it is said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase. So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this?
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story has passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha! So this is one of those descendants you heard the story from. That's right. They live a modest private life these days.
Then the story comes straight from a descendant like that. It does lend it to some credibility.
I would love to inquire deeper about this Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort, frankly. Even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I am only getting part of the story. I see. That's a real shame. Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh, I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us. Among us? Sorry. Among us. No kidding.
She became human?
It does ring a bell, though. Why, that is exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery.
You say this was only a few decades ago. That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Issei Bay's mermaids, Abi? No particular reason, I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all this way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the area you visited that you think you might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in?
I know those. I love them.
Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them.
Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them.
I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. I hope you'll do the same for us. If there really were mermaids on Taishima 400 years ago, then that could provide us valuable new information. Cersei? Amazing, a brand new mermaid legend.
The real question is why?
Why?
There is a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable.
I suppose. Is something the matter?
It's nothing.
It's nothing. Well, it is about time for us to get going. Yes, of course. Thank you. I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan, if anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I am quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking into an interview Amadivers. Oh really, that's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. Please do not hold back. I'll leave you to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. I see. If mermaids really did live in Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating. This is a sketch of a mermaid mummy that I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids. This map
looks quite old.
Exactly. It is also the precise reason I have come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
A mermaid treasure map.
Allow me to explain. I found this mermaid treasure map in my family storage. I should explain it to Cersei. Before that, Cersei, I must look around this room. A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami of the room.
This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely.
What is this? Mosquito repellent.
Each room is
equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in place and it will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable as well as easier and safer than the combustible type. They've gotten quite popular. The mosquitoes need to die. Telephone. This telephone can only be used to call the front desk. Outside calls are impossible. Anything else? What's this bucket about? It may resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think it's actually a towel rack.
You're close. It's a small clothes rack.
I see, so that's what this all is.
Yes, normally it's used to hang kimonos. But this one is quite small, so I suppose it worked well for towels and other small garments.
You're quite knowledgeable. Oh my god. The door to our room outside is the hallway with the restroom and wash basin for communal use. Guests place their shoes in the cubbies at the entrance and wear slippers while inside the inn. I see. What is this? Extra lights for the room. A lot of attention was paid to create a comfy atmosphere for the guests. I see. Window. The light is passing through the window. It's hot outside, so I'll leave them closed. Flowers. Dried flowers. I suppose this is the embodiment of the Japanese concept wabi-wabi. Or however you say it. Food wabi-wabi? I see. Okay. I worried yesterday that Cersei might struggle to sleep on the futon. in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. I found this map in an old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunar Light family because of her eccentricities.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders, a demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author. It's cute.
I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs.
Just so, I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this.
I see, a mermaid mummy.
Precisely. They were rather prevalent at sideshows and like that all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because they were high quality. A number of them have even made their way to Europe.
Huh?
This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I found this map inside.
Truly, you found the map inside a mummy.
However, made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. Whoever made it all those years ago. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there.
That's an incredible discovery.
It's simply tantalizing, is it not? There is not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to the most thrilling discovery.
So then, why did you call this a mermaid's treasure map?
Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no?
I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Issei Bay.
What a shame there's no X to mark the spot.
Indeed, this leads us to our first conundrum. Any idea how to decipher this map, Cersei?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says?
Oh, that part? I actually did some research on that. Apparently it says, search the 95th.
Search the 95th? That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort.
Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve this map's riddle. Oh, wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip the whole map and riddle business altogether.
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly? But why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing hour can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of.
Yes, the distance from which I can detect the source, also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite the superpower I thought it was.
I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to the investigating your map. Okay.
We definitely solved the map's riddle. Or we'll definitely solve the map's riddle. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh yes, I had a feeling it was.
So you already knew. Exorcists sure have come with keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Simply though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascend to a new stage of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei.
I fail to see why my opinion would matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Although I'm not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will not try to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
Although I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at the folks' tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Geez, don't say that after I already made up my mind and everything.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need to only embark on a journey like a modern-day bikini.
That is one way to look at it, although I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Searching just for mermaid meat alone seems like just a waste.
Agreed. The best way to go about this would be to find a living human mermaid. And I have no doubt that this map will lead us to a place that is related to mermaids and immortality.
This is quite exciting.
Now this is what we call true adventure. No matter the era, there's nothing better than a quest for the unknown.
I say, we've had enough of this version. Let's get back to investigating your map.
Let's take a good look. Pick it up. Oh?
Did you notice something? It looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. I should really carefully hold on to the edge if I want to look onto the other side. It's the map chart. Eureka! Inspiration strikes. I've figured it out.
Did you? Where's the treasure?
Here. I have no doubts it's here. Behold. There. More definite location. I mean, it would be maybe Deneb.
If I were to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old. I wonder how old it really is. Look closer. Isn't that Taishima? You're right. It depicts an island south of Kamishima. It's safe to assume this map was made before Taishima sank. That makes it 400 years old during the Sengoku period. Incredible. Search the 65th. Wow, so let me look at the map. Is Taishima in here? Hmm. I see the Milky Way. Take a closer look and look at the spots on the back of the map. Oh, those. I dismiss them as a bunch of stains. Do you really think that's all they are? Something about these spots feels familiar. Well, I know it means it's the frickin' thing. Oh, no, no. It's a Kamishima. And 400 years ago, the Lost Island. Those would go Southern Sea disaster. What did he say? I can't tell with the map. It's hard to see what you mean when you're looking at the back of the map and the point at the front. Ah, you make a fair point. Look closer, isn't it Taishima? You're right, it depicts an island to the south of Kamishima. There's Kamishima, it's tiny. But I don't
freaking see it. Where he marks the answer really. Maybe an Ijika? Hmm. Hmm. What does that thing say? Heck? About the stars? I know it has to do with the stars. It looks like the stars to me. Hmm. Okay, summer trails in the southwest. That would be Kikaboshi. We're going by the star name. Instead. Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle refers to the 95th tale in the Tales of Issei. Huh? I just think it's this. Oh, where's that one? Oh, you're right. That makes sense. This last bit. Search the 95th. I just figured it was the constellation on the very bottom. And the title of the tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Next, note the summer triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi or Altair corresponds to the very spot on the map.
Incredible. I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Avi.
Nothing compared to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high. Well, we'll definitely something about this map. What do you think, Cersei?
Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of sea floor seems like an impossible task.
Alright, that does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. Oh, we have to talk to some Ama divers.
He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map?
No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'd expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst.
I understand, but we have no other options.
It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can.
Okay, here we go.
Summary of the previous events. Avi and Cersei's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipe Ikuma to investigate on their behalf. However... Well... I'm snacking. Hello, this is Ikuma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an Ama diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Oh! Was one of the Ama divers that disappeared? Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We've nothing else to do after all.
So he asked an Ama diver to investigate the sea floor in the area.
I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire an ama than a regular diver.
Even in this age, you can still get some amas to do contract dives, huh?
Oh, sorry, that was the other guy. It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with.
However, several hours have passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma is worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after, if need be. Cersei, do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do. Ever since we first heard about this.
I see.
There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened there.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me.
Okay. He says, I guess if we die, we die. Oh well.
There, something there.
Oh, there's the boat.
That must be the armored diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling. Uh-oh, you're right. There's something terrible there.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from this distance it's coming from the bucket.
Ooh, is that a curse stone?
It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Inside the bucket? Does it mean the Amadiver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface?
And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out.
Yes.
Unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain the misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses, Hersey?
It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though?
Yes, it's fine. For me, at least.
Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you.
Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
Ah, no problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly?
It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at this symbol on the top of the box. You recognize where it's from.
Not on the map. Oh, this is the strange symbol we saw on the map. We also saw on the ocean floor, but...
It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box.
That only makes it identify all the more intriguing. Identity all the more intriguing. Oh! There's some strange lines on the sides, perhaps more... some sort of pattern. Oh! It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a strength of force to open it. I believe this box is sealed with a powerful spiritual energy.
It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside.
then I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English, please?
It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is actively activated by orientating the box on the right direction in the right order.
I see, so I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. I'm not sure I really understand it, but I'll take out the box anyways. If I need any help, I can ask Cersei.
It's possible this area is key to getting the box open, so we should try to figure out before leaving.
Got it. I see. Then, how to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all four sides. Patterns on the box sides are quite intriguing. They must be related to the solution somehow.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think I figured out the mechanism.
Please tell me. Go ahead. I'm a broad-minded man and I was raised to accept help when it is offered.
If you say so. On the bottom of each side of the box, there are between 1 and 4 dots. Could it be that those dots indicate the order in which the box must be aligned?
Oh, you might be onto something, so I'll solve the sides 1 dot, then 3 in order first.
That's what I suspect anyways. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. One. I think it's here. Yeah. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track. Nice. Keep at it. Alright, on fire, that's 2. There's 3, I found it. Good job, just 1 left. Two doublets. I don't see these doublets anywhere though. Just like that. It might pop open if I do the same thing with the other sides. Oh. Hmm? Yes, it's open. Congratulations, what's inside? Let's see. Huh? What's this? Some kind of small wooden carving. Oh, it's the curse. The fish curse. Wait, did we turn her into fish? Curse stone acquired. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Fish! That's a fish. Whoa, something came out. Yikes, what is this? Make it stop. A deep and painful resentful memory has invaded my mind. Drift forever, ill-doers. Be as a fish, perish. You have acquired the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Curse stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them. When they are submerged in water of Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press and use the curse button you wish to use a curse. I see. Fish! Hopefully we didn't turn the mom into fish. That's a really cool design, though. For a mermaid. Firstborn for the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans of Taishima 400 years ago. Oh, it is a mermaid. The curse was the power to kill any human submerged in them. Result in them dying before metaphor emphasis is complete. Turns them into a mermaid. Bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous mass. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of the ability being turned into the condition of a curse and sealed within the cursed stone. Or Hayase, the fish. What the hell was that?
I'm not certain. But I believe we may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a cursed stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky!
If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first? Of course. Am I cursed? Am I going to die?
I wouldn't say you are cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on a minute. I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory had by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events lead up to the curse forming are passed into the curse bearer so that its grudge will spread.
Sushi! Nah, it gets really dry. Unfortunately. It turns him into a fish partway through, stops the process, and then it dries him up. I mean, I guess if you like dried fish. If you're into partially dried fish, human. Not sushi, unfortunately. I mean, I guess bonito flakes. We can bonito them and put them on top of okonomiyaki as well as takoyaki. So there's that. A little yummy, a little tasty, I guess.
Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
Is the bonito bonita? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's that thing where if it's topping like super hot food and it starts wiggling around, so like in a way it's kind of mesmerizing. Like when they shred it in really thin slices and it just starts dancing. In a way. Stop, I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? We've already read this. We know what that is. We're okay. I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all of that first.
Really? Tell me, tell me.
Yeah, give me a minute. Hello? Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to the sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. Well, I don't trust you. Word Ikoma's dead. I suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. No, we don't. Any cool stickers around? Even when a curse fell into our lap, she managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be so cool and collected with all this happening.
Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it, all without bringing them up?
Well, we'll see how far we get. We are currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Ikoma had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. I sure hope he's a very polite young man. I sure hope. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. I really do hope he's just a good bean. Oh, I hope you're not evil, Mr. CEO. The Amadiver I hired to perform the search was an Amadiver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there is a blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that, let's start with this metal box Amadiver found. Please do. So basically, this is a wooden box. This is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see, so your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is, why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort of preserving it like this? I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory. That was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun. Have a good night, Clay. A curse? Dun dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right. It's cursed chit-chat time. You may be able to you may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3, I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see. So the talisman mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in form of resentful memory.
You absorbed all that quite efficiently, I'm impressed.
This is actually not the first time I've heard of what happened to one that touches a cursed stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right, I know the truth, all of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry, I am prepared, but it will take some time to explain. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please do tell. Please be a good guy, evil man. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kugi's Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh would grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn of their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. That thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all cost. In other words, Taishima was a land where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners but guards tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumika was also dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret, that he kept the existence of Taishima out of his historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top of an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but invading armies were far too powerful. The island was swiftly overturned. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality, but Hayase did not yield, even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. That's horrible. The hatred Hayase felt at that moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside of the cursed stone. But, to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a cursed stone. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassals flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping this secret.
This guy was the worst.
Finally, he continued his advances into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were two other survivors, Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, who escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living in Taishima. So we do. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassals' invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow was and hatred of the islanders swirled together, and formed the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent waves, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it? The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassals and all his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it. Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside with the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet, it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice. Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima. That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was inevitably so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So, Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a cursed stone. Then, the same onmyoji, knowing the seal that would last 400 years, stored his memories within the cursed stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted 400-year lifespan of the seal.
Ah, useless jungle. How you? What's up? What you up to? How you doing? This lovely night, this lovely evening.
He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files. Curse of the outbreak, a turbulent violent storm, Kamishima, yes. Truth, the curse of the inactive exception, sacrifice offered 400 years ago, merely served.
Minikuchi. Okay. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror, bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. So they have to use the mom or someone has to go calm them down. I see, I see. Huh. So that's what happened. And that wraps it up. I've got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that? You're and you're utterly astounding. Wow, incredible. Anything new here? Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Hon-Oji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki Navy, had steadily been gaining influence within the clan, but he now found himself at a crossroads in the era still racked by turmoil of war. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune, approached him with the intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Aishima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. It was widely known through folklore that eating the flesh of the mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of his suggestion that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. Seeing as the opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaid and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew, head of the clan, had at times strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was, in fact, Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting the mermaids at Taishima, believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods and the island of sacred sanctuary. He had worked to keep them isolated from outside influence. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima as the time for other reasons which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sudamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but was also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sudamune to prepare a military invasion of Taishima. Upon receiving an order, Komatsu Sudamune immediately set sail for Taishima. At the end of a large army, caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing in a blink of an eye. The once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against seasoned soldiers, hardened by years of battle on the front lines, and one after another they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered that even women and children to be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters turned Taishima ran red with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused, even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death, and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing with resentment and anger as she breathed her last breath. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. With the one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining two mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the sea floor. The deepest part of the cave was a shrine and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all of his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. The next moment, a violent tremor racked the entire island, and the skies above was engulfed by a storm. The repercussion of his desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by a fierce earthquake and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves as the nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus, there were Taishima and the sacred land, along with Sadamune and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivors of the tragedy were two mermaids and two islanders that successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had in fact stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The two surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Sumikawa, who had been assigned the duty to protect the relic, important to the mermaids. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the sea near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it, and the curse born of these dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born of Hayase's final moments, the curse of the forsaken fish, also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond the ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Harukage, a renowned onmyoji and friend of Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing the calamitous effects. The seal would last 400 years, by which time he anticipated that the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm last died down and peace was restored to the sea around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with the power to serve as a talisman to calm the raging waves, and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the forsaken fish in a wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a cursed stone. Harukage used the resentful memories contained within the cursed stone to create a record of events in which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event the curse of the raging waves had not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land, so that the record of what happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaids, Sumitaka endured all
ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mention of the island or disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. So, also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterwards, Yoshitaka, infuriated by not by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor trace of their existence. Find all the details of the story in the file, so feel free to go at your own pace. Oh, thank you. That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. It's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, so how come it wasn't discovered until now? It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago. So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed.
No, I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something.
After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she died?
It's likely. If we consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box, it is likely already too late for her.
How horrible. Since she likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on the shore. I hope that's hers, then. At your own pace. Oh, thank you. What income is that? Okay. Cersei.
Wait a second.
Is something wrong?
Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly upward, yes?
I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it.
If it's true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of Forsaken Fish.
Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulder up. If the curse started at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass.
Gah.
It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy.
Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there's no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originated from Japan are such high quality? Ooh.
Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic.
But it means there's a possibility.
Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse.
Why'd you look at us like that?
Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss.
About the events 400 years ago?
My first point of concern is the vassals who tortured the mermaid in the attempt to attain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
Oh, that's true. It could mean that the vassals ate the mermaid's flesh, but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why.
As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to the entrance to Ryugyu?
Ryugyu?
It is sometimes also referred to as the Eternal World or the World Beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler Ryukyu, the god of the sea.
I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryukyu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling from Ryukyu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of this sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryukyu could maintain such power.
That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryukyu. But if the entrance of Ryukyu was sealed, what became of the two mermaids that fled Taishima?
I doubt Sobae and Nagame managed to return to Ryukyu. I believe they have been living here, or living in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
Is Sato and Ikame mermaids? If that is true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be the same too.
All this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
Do you recall the story of Mr. Ikuma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryukyu?
It's a possibility we should consider.
But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was resealed?
Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire.
Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with, like in The Little Mermaid?
That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down. It could make a solid novel.
Oh, I've just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of Taishima survivor, yes?
That's correct. I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matters with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her later, with her then. Thanks. That'd be great. That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we will do whatever we can. You said that seal over the entrance of Ryukyu has been lifted, is that correct?
Yes, it has most likely been gone for several months now.
Huh? Really?
A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that the curse is the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryukyu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof that the seal has faded.
That would mean the entrance to Ryukyu is now open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now. What with the curse of the raging waves seeping through the entrance.
In any case, what would you want us to do? There is an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There is something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation.
Oh?
Oh?
Now then, Abby. We decided to tell Ikuma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to attain immortality.
That's right. I see no reason to inform him about that. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy might is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about mermaids being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishina and find a still-tied mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as help from a Taishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's about.
Well, I see no harm in calling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
However, we must consider the possibility that Ikuma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryukyu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima.
You mean the treasure required in addition to the mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes. It's a treasure known as the Tamebako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it have any effects. So provided one has both flesh of a mermaid and a Tamatebako, the immortality is indeed obtainable. Boom! The tamate. A relic used by mermaids once lived near Taishima. A similar box was made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro, a box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name being widely known. The box is filled with spiritual energy similar to the nature that fills Ryukyu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryukyu. It is said that the mermaids used this box to bring objects from Ryukyu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world, but it is also secondary effects of returning mermaid flesh. Normally, they only able to exist in transistent state in the material world to the state it would be in Ryukyu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. We need the box.
If we could meet with the Taishima descendants, they could probably provide us with information on the Tamatebako.
I concur. If we could get our hands on the Tamatebako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikuma. However, it's likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he is cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir.
Ah. What was that all about anyway? You're sure we're not going to need that iron box?
I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you can think of a you can think of it as a backup plan. Hmm? Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the Descendant tomorrow. Let's get our heads on that mermaid treasure. Time to find the Tamatebako. Okay. There we go. Blink. Oh, shoot. Plot lines are opening up. Alright. Do a save. Plot lines are opening up. Anyhow, getting to just chatting. Oh, that is all from me today. A lot of reading, and a lot of information. And a lot of time for freaking bed by. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm a little tired today, so I'm gonna go ahead and say good night. Please check out my socials, and if you're interested, please check out my dinghies to help my puppa. And other than that, I will be going to bed now. So good night, everyone. Good night. Good night.